tell me how everything is because I changed my settings a little bit. Man, how does it sound? I'm nervous about it because I'm like, I heard myself. I listened to a little bit of the VOD and I was like, there's so much echo. There's so much echo, so I changed some of the settings. Part of the problem is that I can't have my microphone close to my face because we're on the desk, which is part of the problem. Anyways, sounds okay. I'm hoping it sounds better, but it might not sound better. It might just bleh. Anyways, advertisements are over. Let's just go back to this game. Oh, I forgot the frick. It's coming in here. I'm in a wire cage. Hey. It's gonna be more Silksong. Hey. Also, fantastic news. Overwhelmingly fantastic. I have access to my checking account again. My debt, my credit card debt paid off. My other debt, not. But the student loan debt is gonna take a while, and like, she was showing. Okay, yeah. I I do want to say this. Just a tiny bit of like little bit of housekeeping is that like because I have paid off credit card debt with help from friends and it's all looking good. I kind of and you can cut this next part if you want. I want to go through and say like do like I don't know, a subathon. Do a subathon next year starting at the anniversary. The affiliate anniversary, and just be like, okay, this is a subathon to pay off my student loan debt. To get that out of the way. But only if we hit 1,000 followers. If I don't hit 1,000 followers, I'm not doing it because I'm just like, we don't have enough people to actually like successfully do it. I don't want it to be an impossible goal. I want it to be possible. And I feel like 1,000 people who follow would make it reasonably possible, I guess. I don't know. It feels like it's more possible. Anyway. Let's figure out. So. I've been going through and exploring a lot of the secret stuff. And just like, okay, trying to figure out how to get to places, how to do places. Well, there are a few. Actually, hang on. So here are my goals for this particular like session. There is a small little thing I can go up to next to the Cogwork core that I want to go on and explore, figure out what's in there. And then there's also the Oregon area that I completely skipped over. I just went to the boss and then I was done. And I'm like, hang on, that's an actual area. I need a map for it. If I get those two things done, then I think like I'm going to try to handle stuff like little bit of blasted steps that's a little out of place. The, like, finish out the slab if I can. And then, like, try to pinpoint, like, gaps in the map that seem conspicuous. Like this one, right in the middle of the map. There's a big gap there, and I'm like, there could be rooms in there. Yeah, there could be rooms in there as well. Yeah. But that's the plan. That's the plan. Ow. Ah, frick. Uh-oh. Right away. I messed up the beginning. Yeah. But also, yes. I just... On a different note, a somewhat different note, I think I can see that, like, sometimes you do on Blue Sky, where it's like, you can see who you interact with the most, and that's kind of fun. If I took a look at one of those, and just, like... Hang on, this is actually getting intense. I don't know, like, a lot of people I'm friends with on Blue Sky, I realized, oh, this is, they're a lot more NSFW, and like, I'm okay with that. It's just, it's more than I realized. They're all really kind of people, so I'm just like, it's okay. I'm gonna fix that. Okay, so... Could go here. Aha! There we go. First little bit of, like, place I haven't been to. Memoriam. Wait. Does a memoriam lead into that one place that has the apostate key? That seems important. Here's established by holy consent of the conductors, a memoriam of Farloom. What is remembered is never lost. Okay, I can't break through that. Yeah. You're thinking about switching to a Mastodon account and accessing Blue Sky stuff to a bridge. Oh, absolutely. That seems like a fun idea. I've been thinking about trying to do the same thing, like finding an alternative for Blue Sky. Like, the infrastructure is there for alternatives to be made, but like people don't want to make alternatives, so it's like. But with the way that Blue Sky moderation is going, I'm just like, I appreciate the infrastructure you've made, but I don't quite appreciate the way your moderation goes. But you know, it'll be somewhat nice if like it'll be somewhat nice to be able to say, hey, I don't like the moderating, like, decisions of this one social media company. I don't have to start all the way over. I could just, like, have the same information, but like a different, just a different infrastructure. I don't know, like, a lot of people look at it and think, oh, but there's not enough, and I'm like, as a programmer who looks at this and is thinking about the big picture, I'm like, no, I like this. I like this. Means I don't have to give up things. And it also means that, like, people can make something better. Exact motivation to make something better. Whoa! That's a big jump. Hang on. That's more than I was... Also, Blue Sky servers, you guys have been made that possible. There's stuff about it. I don't know that TP that makes it harder to do stuff. Yeah, I think specifically, protocol of users allows it to, like... Okay, so I think Frick! Hang on, go back over here. Go over my poison. But yeah, from what I've been able to see and look into it, which is admittedly not a lot, it's supposed to make it so that theoretically, social media sites that use the infrastructure can access all the same information. Meaning that, like, rather than being a case of just, you know, the specific kind of content to see is dictated by the platform, it's more the way everything is shown to you in moderation is dictated by the platform. Since nobody's taken advantage of it yet, it's truly extreme degree. Like there's users have made, I think it's called, I think there's Clear Sky and also Black Sky that has been utilized. Those have been made. Deal with you. Okay, I can't attack your front. Your front appears to be armor, and when I attack it, it doesn't do damage. Ah, frick. No, never mind, not. Okay. How the frick do I handle that one? Supposed to parry these, but... Well, not parry them, I'm supposed to bounce off them. But, okay. No idea where a map or this area would be, but then again, I just entered, so... Frick. Nope. The idea of an individual user being able to choose how they want things to be modern seems cool. Like being able to choose keywords and filter out. Yeah. But also, like, what I've seen, I wasn't paying attention. Nope. Sorry, I'm paying attention here. Something else I've seen people talk about is like, being able to take all the information available with Blue Sky stuff and just like, oh, I got another clock card. Nice. Being able to reformat it to look like, oh, finish. Okay. So, a quick aside, for the quick aside for the quick aside. Yeah. pretty sure that's the move this marker. Add that marker to tell myself I need to go back. But like, they've been able to add like a separate UI to it that would be able to make it seem more like Instagram, actually. I'm just thinking like, we're not at the point where people are really taking advantage. Which is unfortunate because we're at a point where Blue Sky needs to be something it's not, and that's just kind of like, here. Thank you guys. Oh, okay. I was very able to actually use Blue Sky. It will hopefully mean we're not looking at moving away from a platform that gets taken over by people like Elon Musk. Oh, frick, you're one of those. I forgot you existed. Okay, I'll do that in a little bit. But you know, it's like, you know, to have the same information and not just start over from scratch. Make future platforms more future-proofed. Like if it has access to whatever is cool. Twitter had done that, and a bunch of apps got made, but then they dragged that back, and a bunch of apps got killed over time. Yeah. I do need to look up, like, what the exact protocol is. Because you're right, Twitter did do something like that, and I'm like, is this new? The way I've heard about it makes it sound like it's more future-proof, but when you say that, I'm just like, wait a second. Maybe I misjudged it. Hi, Darklings! Ah! Hi, Darklings. Oh, lots of booba. Booba! See, we have lots of booba. With the tail, okay. Oh, heck yeah. Grin! I'm getting sprints. Why sprint you? Oh. Ah, frick. No, it's just felt. It's just. Frick. Okay, that's not good. Oh yeah, I still have to carry on. Wait, I still have to carry on. I just remembered I have that. Oh, PG map. Containment fails. Memory lost. Excise outer. Maintain inner. Shellwood stasis sustained. Remember. Maryland stasis critical. Remember. Verdanian environment exceeded. Destined for forget. Yeah, let me see. Okay, we have lots. We have a glow stick. We have headbag. Lots of dancing. We have peyote. Oh, transprite. Yes. I love the transprite. Box. Dead. Oh, we have box. Pathetic. Squeeze. Lick. Toilet. Fired up. We've got Kamehameha coming from two sides. Amy Cat. there. Like, is it lore? This lore? Also, Shellwood. I recognize Shellwood. I recognize Barrowlands, but Verdanian environment. So, that would suggest we have the Marrow over here. No? What's Shell? Boop. Ah, no! I've been booped! Oh, there's still. I did that too. Frick. Okay. But Verdania. Where would Verdania? Maybe the Wormwing? Happy birthday! You're a few months early. My birthday's in February. Unless if you count my hormones anniversary, in which case it's fine. I was like, wait a second, why am I not moving the way I thought it was? Oh, map. I don't have a map. Nope, we're up. We're playing a song. We're playing a song again. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. What's the story about? It's fun. Plus, like, if I don't want random input tabs going off, I can just turn it off. Like, that's not the hardest thing in the world for me to do. So don't worry about it. Unless you want to worry about it. But just worry about it a perfectly reasonable amount. Guys, this the parry. Never can imagine. Yeah! Continue to observe and imagine. Go down here again. I didn't check down here. Map? Map! I don't have my rosaries! Frick. Did I store any? Fun. Did you break something? Yeah! Nobody glass you. Oh, frick. I don't have the silk. I don't have the silk. Stop trying to use my silk. That was. Ah. You would have raided me. Oh, you were shooting? Nice. Well, hang on. You got them shimmies. Being crust and Harry. Okay, just keep. Oh, I went to the left. Okay. I went up here. The Huggies. Got it. Yay! Okay, now I need to go back because I know where the match is now. Ah! Ow! Frick! Huggies! Run. Frick. I'm alive. Getting some food before you go back to stream. Waiting for the new video event. Oh. The Doritos event. The Doritos review? Dorito? Yeah. What card are you doing with that? And there's the pun. I have a map now, so that's good. Back now. Quickest and easiest way. I don't exaggerate it. Oh! Blackberries! I haven't gotten more of those in a while. I need to get them to the person. I should have marked down who takes blackberries in my map. There's a lot of stuff I should have marked down on my map. Grabbing 0 eggs so far. Oh! We've had no eggs. I'm surprisingly disappointed, actually. I wasn't expecting to feel this disappointed, there being a lack of eggs. Friend! Frick. Dang it. This is... Ow! This is the hard one. Okay. Got it. Memory locket. Yeah! Looking at my code and also adding type annotation. Maybe it's just a different version of the library, but it seems like the chatbot code is passing argument. The library doesn't do anything with it, and leaving out ones it needs. Huh. That's actually really important. It's like, dang, I really should have another program, something where I just go over all of this, or not even just a stream, just like go over all of it. I really should just go over all of it. Okay, here's what it is. Ow. Ow. I should start by not getting hit in the face. I should also have my next step after not getting hit in the face, not getting stabbed in the face. An important detail. Heck. Yeah. Highlight, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. programmer's worst nightmare. This shouldn't work. How is it working?
Friend.
Yeah, there we go.
Friend.
You know, offhand whether I'm using Twitch.io 3.1.0. Twitch.io is what the chatbot is. I don't. That is using code that like function put in place, and I have been building off of what function put in place. Ah, frick. That's boring. There's an update to Clover Pit. There might be more achievos now. Oh. Actually, no, I took a look at it. I took a look at Clover Pit. I'm still 100% achievement on it. And I'm like, okay. Okay, it's okay. I don't need to jump back into... I don't need to... I don't need to jump back in. I have 100% completed, like, Clover Pit. It's okay. Hold hard mode. Okay. Okay. What is up with this broom? Why is this here? Wasn't the chatbot stuff basically Duck? The OBS stuff. The part of it that interacted with OBS was stuff that Doug shared. It's the part of the code that I understand the and also the part that I'm like, I might just shut out. Because I've since learned that Doug uses a lot of AI for like coding and such. I'm like, I don't know how much I want that in my code. Off the spikes? No. Okay, so... don't know how to do that. And I am low health, so I'm like... Hey, that's not a killing thing. This is probably a gate that opens up later. I don't know how comfortable I am, especially since I don't fully understand all the code that was put in there, so I'm like... Oh, nice. Oh, I got an achievement! Open all of Citadel's Ventrica Station. Wait, I have all the elevators? I have all the elevators. Huh. There's not that much that OBS WebSocket is magic class, and that's been apart from that. You can rewrite it in that functionality, I'm just... Actually, I could talk about it. For anybody who knows programming and such, they're gonna be like, yeah. For anybody who doesn't, they're gonna be like, but take all of that aside. There's also some functionality that I'm entirely bored. For that specific part of the only parts of my code that really interacts with OBS, stuff that could feasibly be replicated with the code itself. What OBS does for my code, that there are certain sources that my code can turn on and off. That's it. Theoretically speaking, if I were to understand more of it, I could move elements around the screen which could be fun, but at the same time, it's like, uh, I don't, I don't see a lot of use for that. And like the turning sources on and off part is just like, if I could revamp Video Manager and get that to work perfectly, unlike my code, so basically the video player, so that it could all go through like one screen, the screen stays up all the time, it doesn't constantly close the window and reopen it, that kind of thing. Um, I would just be able to like not rely on the OBS part of the code at all. What's up here? You're up here. Hi. Okay, let's figure out what's over here. Hi. Flashing lights coordinating me. Boogity boogity swoogity, the green is clear-to-gee. Hi. Area. Oh. Wow, this. What do you say? One screen that stays up all the time. Controls for like redeeming stuff. There'll be something. Yes. Yes, it would. Like, specifically what I'm thinking about and what I want to eventually do once I have the energy. Which I've been delaying this way too much. Because I don't know how to do it. And it feels like it takes more energy than I'm able to do. But what I want to do is have one screen that could be basically just stay up on your computer. You can add it to OBS as a source, and it'll just go over the top of everything, right? Easy enough. And then another screen where I could have like button or like turn off a certain redeem, just kind of like turn off XYZ redeem, add a certain amount of public points, you know, reset to a previous point total, that kind of. Basically just adding what functionality is there in like just the OBS manager window, and also just like just what would have to be there for the public ones to be part of it. What is this? Hi? Overeager puppy! Overeager puppy! Puppy's overeager! Puppy's overeager! Calm down, puppy! Ah, frick. Frick! Oh, God. Don't have a second phase. Okay. You're done? You're done? You're done. Okay. Oh, that was another flea. Overeat your puppy. Wanted to play it, I'm like, quick! Your play is dangerous. I'll finish off making dummy mode work while trying to do things in a way that makes sense. Once that's done, you can kind of try and make a basic version of that separate window with between buttons as a concept, then let you there. I'll gladly take from there. Like, oh, right. The last thing that I would sit down and say, okay, here's what I'm doing is, I don't think when I can go I'm getting distracted. The last thing would be just... I would use whatever UI you hook up to enable, like, whatever user to make meetings. Like, make public point meetings. And the benefit of doing that within the program itself would be that then the code would just be able to go into the person, like, Twitch with permission from them. And, like, add the redeem so that way the redeem is frozen and unfrozen by the code as at the point to become available or unavailable. The public one. Okay. Let me stop off at a bench real quick. And then, I remember hearing that through the memoriam there's a place that has the apostate. The issue with that is one that, like, I'm sure has been abundantly clear in the game, and that I have, like, completely missed that there are rooms that fill suspiciously large gaps, and, like, the game does not directly say there's a room here. I just have to pay attention and look for it. That being said, do you remember, like, I remember hearing the statement on where the, whatever place is. Oh, wait, right. I didn't fully record down. Because I was like, very difficult. Okay, let me try. Up, float. I still have dash up. Speed up. Is this possible for me to do right now? What's my full movement? I might be forgetting. Needle in. Print. Harpoon! I forgot about the harpoon. Right. I forgot I can harpoon. Okay. That's okay. Okay, so I can harpoon. I've harpoon, float, double jump. And I have dash. I could do that midair as well. So if I think about the room I saw, there's like a long flat area. The flat area is covered with like a little bump I have to get over. Goes down, and then it goes the other way. But then I have to go back up a little bit to be able to go wall. I suppose the question then is like, I chain my there's a certain amount of time before I can because that's one. Okay, no, I could chain my harpoon. Okay. I can chain the harpoon. I'm not out of luck there, so. I have 2 silks. I guess 2 harpoons to work with it. So. The question is how I get past that lip down there. I could get to it easily. The only issue is that my easy way to get to it is by double jumping. And I can't use the float until I double jump. At least this game isn't designed with that in mind. And I know there's a mod to fix that, but... Frick. Okay. Wait. I just saw it. I saw it. I think I saw it. Okay. All right. Ah, damn. Harpoon that, can I? Okay, let's all right here. What if I harpoon off? Got it. Aha! Hey, look at that! I got a bread piece. Will pass you safely. I am very low health, so I don't want to fight. Yay! And I'm back here. Nice. Okay. That was nice, but that wasn't the secret. That wasn't the secret I was looking for. So, at the upper right portion of this area. Gotta make my way over there. I've had a secret, or at least I did like a platform to help get to a secret. Yes, whatever. You're all very angry, whatever. First things first, I think we're gonna check this room. I don't think it's anything else in the map. That's odd. It won't let me jump on the wall there. Because I remember hearing that the path to the pocket key is in this area. So up and to the right. Okay, so here. Something about Burganian environments is needed. Okay, let's try try going up another floor. See if there's more. Yeah, whatever. Gotta peg that prick.
Friend.
Okay, so. Use the path over here to get farther up. And there's. That does strike me as odd, that wall. What? That wasn't. What? Okay. That's just. I wasn't. Whatever. Yeah. Press there. Auditorium. This door. Wait, I remember there's an easier way. I was like, hang on, I don't have to go through the. Wait. Oh, that's not. Okay. Okay. Here. Where I put up. Up here, but possibly to the right. Ow. I don't. Maybe I go down and then right. Oh, there we go. What is happening? No, it's just enemies. Bolt vessels. Interesting. Okay. Is there anything else in here? Huh. I don't see anything else there. Okay. What are the wolf nests? Wolf. Convertible orbs and electricity. The vessels can be thrown at the bola for an explosive discharge or staked as a spear. Release column of energy. Okay. I guess. And there are also pictures in the background of various enemies. Wait, no, they're not pictures, are they? Those aren't pictures. They're the actual creatures. Like, oh, no. Okay.
Yeah.
I... If I could, some help on where to find the apostate key would be fantastic right about now. I have no idea where to look. I would love to have an idea, but I don't. I don't have an idea. It's completely blank in my brain. See if there's anything different in permanence now that I found all the elements. Because this is supposedly where all the elevators are, like, the repository for elevators. Also an area I don't have a map. Did I get to Memoriam before? That was my first time in Memoriam. Advertisements. That was my first time in Memoriam. Right. Man. I'm seeing if I can, like, if there's a map I can get of Terminus. There's the top of a bridge where a load of bats will attack you in Memoriam. Not the most, but I can, like... I could try that later. I now recall why I haven't explored that far in, Memoriam. Because I don't know how to progress in this place. Not do anything? Guided by the apostate key says that bridge is on the way and that is on the far right of the Memoriam. Okay. Yay! Let's go! Yay! I still have no idea what to do about Terminus. It's a thing. So far right, bridge. Memoriam does seem small, so I'm like, maybe Memoriam's a bigger area? I mean, the right side is all windows, but, like, Hey. Wait. Okay. Baba! Are you break one? No. Oh, what? Oh, shortcut. Nice. Okay. Red flowing is a little odd there. you live or die. I just need health. Thank you.
Friend.
Frick. Okay, I took a little bit more damage than I wanted to. Again, I took more damage. Frick. Hi, people. Quick, tag use the chat. Tag use the chat. Ah!
Friend.
Yeah, Silksong. Ta-ta-ta.
Friend.
Yay. Okay, so maybe I should defeat that enemy once. Oh, you go twice. You go multiple times. That happened. Huh. Okay. Uh-huh. That happened. It's serious. Wait. I'm now outside. Aha, there's a place.
Yeah. Friend.
Wait. Okay, there's 4. Oh wait, I see. Dang it. Oh my gosh, okay. There we go. Nope. Stop it. Ah. Got it. Okay. Hello. Oh my gosh. He was like, hey, have a pit of spikes. That is a welcome something. Putrefied ducks? Ah, look what the putrefied ducks! Wow. Oh, okay. That's an enemy. That seems like a there. Oh my gosh! I thought you were a bush! I thought you were gonna be like a bush that's alive! Not a freaking ground shark! Ground shark with tentacles! What? Yes. I thought it was a bush! What? Oh, right. I'm permanent. That wasn't a bush. Wasn't even close to a bush. Heck. They're gonna go up at a bench real quick. That was a... like the Shambler, like the Shambler bushes from Hollow Knight. But no, this is terrifying. That's what it is. Alright, here. Ouch. Putting the pace I couldn't find right next to the bathroom. No. Frick, I forgot it's up there. Wait, be terrified. Push. What the heck? Stop doing that. Oh my gosh. Nope. Why are you like this? That rabbit. Got it. Hello, terrifying monstrosity. That can jump very high. That didn't parry successfully. Great. That wasn't good. Yeah. Okay. Bell friend. Yay.
Yeah!
Yay. Rosaries? Yes. It's missing Bell. I still don't know the map for this place. Anyways, dang. And I haven't gotten the achievement for getting all of these yet, so I'm just like, there are more that I haven't gotten. There's a lot of them, though. I got the achievement for getting all of them. Oh my gosh. I think getting, like, brain roll flashbacks with that one. Why'd you have a cup? Stop this. Okay. I'm able to find this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Alright, you know what? Take me. Wait. I have to just... Oh my gosh. That's horrifying. Okay. An old map to be sure. I got the man. Okay. Well, let's go far. Okay. Great. I hate that their method of going up and down this place is literally get eaten. It's not 100% gonna be a secret here also. Wait, what? What? There's nothing? Also, the enemy respawns? Huh. Okay. Gosh, those are. Ah! None of those. Ah, no, it's a shark! I don't like that. Run. No.
Bren!
That is okay. I'm alive. Give a apostate. That is one dead bug. I got the key of apostate, which was my main goal. Ah, frick. Well, now I'm infested with maggots until I can like purify myself. Frick. Takes a little bit. There's a fire right to the right of here. That is another suspicious gap game. Why do you keep to be suspicious? Oh my gosh, that is such a suspicious gap. What the heck? That's like an entire area could be there. Oh wait, yeah, an entire area is there. It's probably the organ. Spy. Your stench is strange yet similar. Your tension is felt strong. Do I seem a threat to you?
Megina Fora.
This whole line, cautious, calm, and her claws look to have seen much sharpness. Yes, I kill, gladly, but only to feed my shell and my brood to come. Their meat, much sustenance that could grant, but too hard to pry. Hi, Bedbeer. Your long, false claw would slash back swift.
Da, Fenestra.
Good. So you can test my skill, as I yours. I choose then that we both shall live beyond our. Yay. Okay, anything else? You stay, spider. My brood needs meat much. The organs of others. Or would you instead offer your own? If the shell's warm insides as sweet meat for my brood's birth. Promise that you promise?
Catestre.
I will not offer my own organs, so may bring the meat of others' claim. Good spider! Skewered, shredded, scared, feared. Bring it all, much of needed, enough to save my brood.
Danny Frank.
Never my tools can prepare the meat as we would have expected. I have been fortunate to find so varied an arsenal within plan. My brood has not long till hatching, spider. Do your duties swift, and you shall see reward for the plot. Okay, so what did that? Oh, use tools to acquire organs of various types. The hunter per brood. seared, shredded, and okay. So, if I take a guess, I would say flint slate would be seared. You know, doing each slash with flame and increased lethality. Seared, shredded. Seared makes sense. Shredded. What would shred? Skewered could be long. Shredded just or curved dog. Curved dog. Also, I'm gonna. Yeah. Hang on. I can press. I almost fell into the maggot. Yeah. Okay. I also want to switch out parries. I'm not using parry as much as I would the other one. Go to stab. Frick. What else do I do? Well, I suppose I could at least, like... I can at least just, put on the sear, because I'm pretty sure seared is what... Yeah. Flint slate is probably what seared. Skewered and shred, I don't... I'm gonna guess long for skewered. Right there. So, I wonder if it'll just be any enemy at all, or if it could be like... If it's gonna be any enemy, or if it has to be specific enemies. A specific, like, the wording suggests it's any enemy, but, like, you have to kill them, turn away. That I should not be using poison for this, because that doesn't look like it was being set on fire. That looks like it was kind of poison. So I am going to pursue that I have to off. Wallet pouch. Wallet pouch has been one of my favorite hobby cards. If a enemy would be too annoying, so this place is the best. I kind of... Okay, so it's... just... The long pin makes sense for keyword. Still makes sense for seared. I guess what I could just do is like try to kill enemies using those methods. Look at that! Skewered! Okay, so long pin is skewered. Got it. I probably needed that enemy to make it up there quick. Ow! Dang it. I fell into the maggots. Okay, so... probably needed that specific enemy to bounce off of. it only has to be the last blow that would count, but like, eh. A lot longer, my leg. Okay. So. Stop trapping! Okay, fine. I think in this area, I think he's due to get up higher. Just start ruining it. Frick. Back, stab it! Back! Oh, wait. Wait, I just realized I can just kill you. Yeah, no, I just gotta kill you. Dang it. Oh, there's a bed! There's a shark! Freaking nightmare shark. It's another nightmare shark. Why are you like, there's another thing above me? I don't like the look of this. But it's not downright terrifying. Like, like Whiteboard was. It's like, hey, this is not Whiteboard. No. Oh my gosh. Ah, frick. No. Well, that happened. I have 2 steward pieces of meat. How much of each do I need? 10 steward, 35 shredded, 50. Got it. I mean, okay, like, hope is that, like, shredded is just attacking the enemies normally? Because if that's the case, then, fantastic! I have everything I need. Ow. Whatever. Heck. I'm gonna have to either, like, find these maggots or just... Oh my gosh, no. It didn't drop anything. At least I didn't see it drop it. Why do you... yeah. Let me go get my road race. Hey, bada. I didn't lose my rosaries. quickly back away. Run away. Scared me. Yeah, I scared Oregon. Okay. I'm also nearly dead. That's proving once and for all that my course of action there was not the best. Okay.
Ren!
That. Okay. That's just... Is this an easier bench? Aside from those. It's not an easier bench. That has a shark on it. Eh. That bench has a shark on the way. Run. Ba, 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 da, ba, ba, ba. I should have just used a smoke eater. I should have just used a smoke eater. Frick. I should have just used a smoke eater. Like, progress, so... Heck. Go away! Go away! Oh my gosh. What was that about? Why am I struggling so hard? Now this chocolate bus portion. Please buckle in. You're now the struggle bus portion of the show. And all you headphone users, please prepare. Stuff is there now, and won't forget for a bit. Yeah, I won't forget for a bit. Oh my gosh.
Ren!
Dang it! Those two. Let's do this. I did warn all viewers. All of the audience prepare. Especially headphone users. Dang it! Successfully move stuff a little to the right. Yes, you're right. I did. Heck. right. Eat.
Friend.
Well, that thing just seems unwelcoming. Tackies! No, what? No. I have to go back? No, I have to go back. No, I forgot about you! Okay. Wait. I wanted to see if I could earn. Yeah. There we go. Progression has been made. I knew it. Now I'm compulsively just going harpoon. Wreath of Purity. Got it. I got a Wreath of Purity. There's something up there. No. At least I hope not. Now there's this thing already tried. This one had one. Why are you back? Why are you back? This one has something. Okay. That's a... Yeah, what do you want me to do? What class of this experience is like frustrating to a bunch at this bunch? But yes, you can ask, but I might not do it. And if it turns into backseating, I will time it out. But yeah, you can ask. Nice off eating my vine. Oh dear. That's how the. Oh. The sawtooth circlet. That's what the shredding. Okay. That makes me happy. At the top, you say. Wait, you said that? Makes me think. I think this is the heck. Get over here. Oh, right. I can't do the double jump. Ah, frick. Oh my gosh. Wait, I found something. Nope, nothing. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, hi.
Puntos.
Oh, achievement. Rescue half of Farloom's lost. Why are you giving me that? What? What? What do you mean? Bug not flee. Why you must bother me? The spot is mine. Fair fought in her.
Yanara.
I won't stay long, madam. Nor about to contest your right to the cave. I've encountered several of your fellow fleas as the fleet. Okay. United the caravan. Perhaps you would consider joining
Me
them.
offende?
Yours seems a hardy hide, and fair alone they lack the strength to survive along the plan.
Vamos.
Caravan? Felt it in my fur. Time for change. Caravan is close, then my task is hands and every complete. Now, my pocket gave. You leave me. Meet again at Caravan amongst good fellows. There I share my learnings of fleas and Farloom. Till then, rest I need. Off, bug. Okay. I get 2 breaths. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna be able to go back along the path, so I have to go. Babe, I almost did the thing. Okay. So I need to go do the caravan again. I mean, I guess I know where the caravan is. Does it mark on my map? Everything does mark on my map. Okay. And it's the danger one. Oh, don't care. Stop chasing me. You wanna chase me? Yeah. Chase me then. Take it. Oh, at least I got steward Russian. This secret passage is total BS. Yeah, it was. Nope, you faggot. I heard that crack. Oh, it's the rocks. Okay. It's a rock moving beneath my feet. I was like, what is that? Boss area? Why do they have to hide the secret passage behind the barnacle? Boss area? Ooh, or I need a little bit more of that. At least I think it. Wait, was that it? Well, I mean, it's overall worth it, but this is a very large room. Yeah, that looks to be it. Huh. Unless if I'm being very obtuse with like a secret that I should notice. Nope, it's not a breakable wall. Okay. That's it. That's it. Okay. Yay! I forgot about that one. Run. Hey. So, is that everything this area has to offer? It's like, I'm looking at this area and it's like, there doesn't appear to be no. Which is highly suspicious because this is the most conspicuous space right below it. It's okay, I'll fill out more of my map. That's a lot of what I'm doing. I'm filling up my map. Okay. I could, like, grind out the wish for, like, all the nights as well. But I'm just like, I think I'm just gonna do that one thing. Let's figure out, where's the best to go to get this in between? Spinner's Road is a long while. I could try the cauldron. Which there is an elevator relatively nearby. Grand Bell. So I could take you to the Grand Bellway. And I don't even need to take the elevator. Yeah. I'm a bit quiet. Oh, I'm a bit quiet. Okay. That makes sense. I've been messing around with my audio setting recently. Okay. I've been messing around with the audio settings, trying to make it sound a little better. It's like, I might be overcompensating for, like, perceived badness in audio. I'm my own worst critic when it comes to, like, how good audio can sound. Like, everyone else, fantastic! Me, there's probably some there about psychology, like, I'm the person, like, affected. So I want to be better. And then start this. Whee! The words are also cutting at the end from time to time. Oh, yeah, that would be... let's see. So that's why this setting is higher. There we go. Possibly a little bit better. I don't know. I was fiddling with a bunch of settings today. I don't have a map for this area. That's right. I don't know where I have been or where I will go. I know I fought a boss in this area, and that's it. And I thought this area was just a boss, but then I looked at the map, and I'm like, ah, frick. There's more to this area than those. Oh, hi. We'll see in a bit. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. see. Well, that's annoying. I'm now infested with maggots. That is distinctly annoying. Okay, this is back in Sinner's Road. Yeah, this is back. Actually, I'm pretty sure this room in particular was the mist. Like, this room was just what the mist was. It was just this room. Oh yeah, I think I vaguely remember something. Yeah, vaguely. I think I vaguely remember this, like, some of these textures and patterns and like stuff. This just seems a lot further apart, but when you see it without the fog, it's just kind of there. Missing. Yes. Granted, not all of the configurations that I saw in the mist was there, so like, you know, still. Nothing over there. Exhaust Oregon. That's what I'm assuming is the name of the area. It is annoying being infested with maggots. Can I please hit something a little bit more so I can get rid of these maggots? Exhaustant organ. Maggots are quickly getting rid of my silk. Frick. Oh yeah, I did this. And I was like, oh look, the Grey Phantom talking to Lace. Pretty cool, pretty interesting. Heck. Okay, that's the other side of what. The boss arena. And then that's the elevator back up. Ow. I'm about to die. I still don't have a map. It's like... I vaguely remember there being a bench nearby. Oh, yep, there you go. Is there a map of this area at least? Like a know that it's here? Please tell me there's a map of this area. Map of this area. That a bit. Like, is this area? Maybe I have to get there with like the charged up strike. If there is, I haven't found the area yet. This is really difficult to look because it's like it would be like with an in-game map, y'all would be able to keep track of where everything is. Okay. Whee! You. Ah! I keep on trying to check the map. Oh, look! Something I didn't grab! Yay! Okay, I found something. Either that or Silk Eaters respawn, but I don't think they do. I do this. I found one thing. Ow. There's something up there? Okay, legitimately, I want to know. If someone could tell me, hey, what am I missing this area? Like, am I supposed to get here a different way? Is there like a trick? Or what have you? I'm missing an entire area. Got it. Okay. Can I reach it from here, or should I go somewhere else? Did I go somewhere else? Oh, hi! Oh. Okay, well, I found the flea. That's good for me. Well, it's not good. I still want to know where the heck everything is. The entrance is somewhere else. Technically, there are two entrances. Okay. And it's on the wall.
Friend.
Get rid of the maggots. Yeah, I can see there are two entrances. Wistful, Putrefied Dot, Sinner's Road could have a second entrance, maybe? Sinner's Road could have a second entrance? Like, around here? Was it on the first entrance tip? Yes. Yes, please. Yes, please. I would love to know. Wait, how do I get? Oh, wait, no, it's not there. On the right of Cinder's Road. Back. Now, but I knew it. Okay. I called that just a little bit before you mentioned it. Just a tiny bit. Fair, I just missed it. What? Did I just... Okay, tell me if I walked past it. Specifically? Not now, okay. Get out of the way to the stick. Wait, get out of the way to the stick. Okay. I mean, there's another place I could go to just like grab a... I could grab a checkpoint real fast, actually. That's not the... Whatever. I can look here. Aye. Past it. Okay, I'm gonna go grab a bench real quick. Hi. It's just, it's a morsel I grew worthy. You must consume, it becomes stronger. This is how I will serve my mistress. While you hunt, I'll prepare more souls, always preparing them for my mighty mistress.
Fadastama.
I do this work pleases you, sir. But do not call me your mistress, for I'm not. But you are mistress. You are strong, and I am weak. A slave, always your slave. Okay. Oh. Oh my gosh. You. Oh, you give silk eaters? Okay, I'm gonna mark something else. Because this one is, I know I could do that. This one is, I don't know if I could do, I have the stuff to do it. This one is elevator. So this is gonna be, I get a free thing. Bombs in for you over time. Oh, that's so good though. I thought silk eaters were gonna be strictly like, I thought they were gonna be like a strictly limited resource. No, but they're not a strictly limited resource. Frick. Okay, hang on. After all, I still need to collect seared organs. It's so sad for him, still soul. Yeah, yeah, That's like, you can't, if you die in still soul, your game's over, so there's no point to having soul eaters. Just in case anybody was confused. Okay, so... Over here. Hi. Nope. Six gets replaced by skinks. Oh! What skinks? Symbolizes six, but buys the silk eaters off you. Oh. Okay. What am I missing? I'm missing something. And if you don't sell them your silk, you just give them. Pick wrong. Someone save me. Oh dear. That's... that vertical room. Okay, it is the vertical room. Okay. Oh my gosh, was that it? Frick. Yep, that was it. Hi? Bile water. Okay. You're right, I am missing an entire area. Skinks has the same mask as Sticks, but upside down. No, this is a little short. Ow! Get them off of me. Oh, this one's good. Okay, bench. Please. Please, bench. Then he does a collage. He killed him and took his mask like Nost. Then he does a collage of his voice on his cheek. Oh dear. Oh, that's... oh, that is sad. Oh my gosh. Frick. No! Okay, Blackhead. Yeah. I was struggling. Hi. Okay, so I go to Bile Water. Bile water. Yeah, it seems like bile water is the area. So. That's just kind of sad, though. Just kind of, yeah. No, that's not fun. Okay, you know what? Take the shredded organs. Okay. Pressure, it's all regard right. Vaguely was hoping that was something. Right. Oh, on. There we go. There we go. Ah, I forgot it does that. Yeah. Ah, whatever. Frick. Okay. I'm not even close. Frick. Okay, time to run. Wait, hang on. If you try to needle in near him, he just sings like the maggot dogs. Oh no. No. Oh, that's sad. No. Ah. Well, at least I am collecting a bunch of, like, the necessary stuff. Frick. Ow! Why does everything here explode? Frick! Hackies! Oh no. I've been infested with maggots. If you harp in his room, he instead roars like the big rolling bug. Oh. Okay. Oh, what? Wait! That's how you That wasn't the little thief, dude. They had to flee captive. Oh, frick. Yeah. Hang on, I gotta clean off my shell. Okay, give me a second. Now that I know it's not a limited resource, I'm gonna use Silk Eaters a lot more. I'm gonna go save. Go save that flea dog. Like most NPCs, he doesn't have any voice lines. Oh, that's fascinating. Okay, on a different note. Why am I drifting? Materia can be assembled in a... We have 5, 8, and 15. 15, 35, and 10. Right? Making progress on that one. Oh, right, I don't... I ate the cocoon. I'm slightly working. There you go. Something because I have, like, more silk. That's worth it. Wait, you respawn? Oh my gosh, they respawn! Wait a second! They freaking respawn! Ah! Oh, that makes so much... Wait. Do they respawn infinitely, though? Hello, doggos. Doggos need to go. Including His Royal Highness. Who's like just a Pekingese. For anybody who knows Pekingese, they are dogs that act like cats. Kind of funny to see. Okay, I'm free of maggots. I picked up maggots. That's the area I went last time where I got beset by a lot of enemies. Let's see if I can find a map or a bench at least. Maybe in here? I see. Bench. Map. I'll take either. I would greatly appreciate either. Oh. Oh, that could work. No! Frick. Okay. The weak must serve, the strong provide. The weak must serve. Our nest, our haven. Big about! Ah! So Skunk doesn't have any like yeah. Bye. Okay. You can make that noise. Ah! That one?
Friend.
Oh, it's time. Okay. I have a general idea of where to go. Ow. Frick. Heck. Haggies! But you put the needle in. Ow! Okay, that's where the flea I need to save is, and I'm gonna like get to that thing in a second. Ow. Okay. That's let's see if I can make it. I'm on minimum health, so like that's not good. Frick. That didn't seem like the right place to go. Possibly something to investigate later. Ah, this is probably the right way to go. Yeah, there we go. I just need to not die. Oh. Oh my gosh. Come on. No! Ah! Well, this noise. That one. I have it's like last little creature. Because I do not trust myself to like I do not trust myself to be able to make it all the way back. Please. Right. Okay. Like, just get rid of the maggots. Alright, you know what? Take it. I take the steer. Oh, stop dropping in the water! I want to pick your meat. You like those baguettes? Just... They go really well with spaghetti. No? It, they go amazingly well with the spaghetti. Like... And it's generally, like, easy to provide, easy to get. Like, come on. You can't discount the spaghetti. Wait. I overshot it. Can't discount the spaghetti. I feel like once I get used to an area, it's like... The difficulty I face is significantly lower. Like, to the point where it's like, why did I struggle? Ah, heck, these... I messed that one up. Dang it. Well, at least I could use this opportunity to, like, just, you know, farm stuff. I didn't even pick that one up. Okay, bad news is that I'm out of, like, hang on. I can... What do you do? Fragile band woven of reed and leaf crafted to repel muck maggots. If broken, the wreath will be repaired while resting at a bench. Thank you! Quick, yeah, I needed that. I needed that so badly. Ow. Yes, you're Oregon. Okay, actually, how low am I? I have all of that. I need one more seared organ? Yeah, one more seared organ, and then it's just... Oh, got it. Okay, I can just grab the one more I need right over here. Dead! Punctured! Keywords! Keywords, not punctured. Keywords. Yeah. That's right, I can run. Take it. You can... I'm gonna be a little bit sad because I won't be able to have my maggot spaghetti. But being able to heal is still probably worth it. Heck. Yeah. Keyword Oregon. Oh, it's right there. fun. Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba da ba ba da do do ba 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 ba. Okay. I think I finished it all. Yay! Well, I finished out, like, collecting all the stuff from that wish. Okay. Okay, well, I finished out the wish. The wish is done. Ding dong, the wish is done. Not dead. Kind of sad to think about. The wish is... Why would... Okay, so this is where... I'm feeling good enough and brave enough. I could go for this. Nice, nice! Hi. Yeah. Okay, so... Hi? And that just went right over me. Turns out I don't have a lot to be afraid of from them. I just got next to them and they miss. Yay! Well, mourn the loss of the maggot spaghetti. The spaghetti spaghetti. Maybe remember fondly. You kind of want to see if I can take this dude out. Like the spawn. Wait. Alright.
Friend.
Yeah. Okay, I am overall happy that I have 3 security. Oh, right down there. Nice. Over here? Yay! Oh, that's the shortcut! Wait. Oh! I see. I see. Okay. Throw this to the bench. How much is it again? It's 8. That only gives me 30. Crap. I really should have stored my rose beads last time. Sometimes I remember to do that, sometimes I don't. Okay. Okay. Oh, rosary! Nice. Okay, that's exactly what I needed. And something I can't access from this side, which, unfortunately, but, Wow. Okay, insert rosaries, yes. I got an achievement. Open all fire limbs spellway. Okay, so I opened all Farland's bellways and all the elevators, so that's good. Yay! And now I just need to figure out what the heck is up with this area. I'm guessing up here? I still have no idea where the map for this place is. Tell me what an area that connects to the organ. Yes, yes it does. I want the map more than anything. Once I have the map, I know where everything connects. Okay. Hang on, I'll be back. I'll be back. I'm just dirt poor right now, but I'll be back. Oh, frick. Right. Ow. Okay, I need something that would hold rosaries. Eh. Ah! Ow! That technically counts, I guess. Yes, yes, you can add that as a quote, Ryan. That works. That works as a quote. What do I have? I have 17. I need more than that. Ah! You're mostly joking. Okay. Sometimes the words I say out of my mouth, I'm just like, oh yeah, he's gonna be close. Other times it's just like, right. No! That was one of the frick moments. Right. Guys, affect things that seem more of like tool using are the ones that hold like resonance. Like you! If as long as you don't jump straight into the maggots. Like, we'll block the two. How much is it? How much does it
Regina
cost?
Fora.
Chakra, if I may, I'd ask a small task of your carving talent. Uh-oh. Within the halls of the Citadel, I encountered a means of travel mutual. A network of pipes, diverse and vessels propelled by steam and air.
Hironare.
That Citadel's a labyrinth, and pins to mark station would prove useful. Yeah?
Yes, correct.
What you describe sounds as hideous and unnatural as anything in that place. Still, if it will aid you, seek me at a moment not long from now. The pins will be carved and we may trade. Frick. 90. I can get like 60 plus 17, so like 77. But also, like, what? This is the point where it's like, I've marked every single elevator I'm on my own. What do you mean? What do you mean you're gonna give it to me now? I mean, thank you, but also, it's a little late. Be useful.
Sorry.
Hang on, I need to gauge the spot of murder. Yeah. Wait, where the heck are you? Does that enemy spawn here?
Friend.
I thought an enemy spawned there. An enemy that seems to use tools. Okay, well, I could do this the easier way. Okay. Easy way. Easy way is to just go over here. And harvest these. They have lots of rosaries. Oh. Dang, okay. And now I should have enough. I have the frayed rosary string. That means I have enough.
Sorry.
Ah, heck. Heck. Heckies. Ah. Hecky, hackerson, heckies, heckies, hecky, heck, heck. Ah. Okay, let's go. Frick. Okay.
Cadestre.
Sakura, did you brave these bogs? The heights of Farloom offer harsh welcome.
Kietska.
So winds my master's path, so I follow. Yet true you speak, this is no place for me. That citadel's shadow falls heavy here. I can sense its forward pull. It is no surprise to see it choke these caverns stink and stagnant. That monstrosity of metal and stone cares not for the lands it comes. Dang it. Then check a pin. Oh. Looks like it goes straight to the putrid duck. Oh, there we go. That fills the space. Okay. Okay. Ah, and that leads directly to the last door again. My. I still need to get money. Like I get the Ventrica pins. Come back out. Come back out. Please. Hello? Enemy? Are you the same enemy before? Take it. I always get the pins later by farming in the Citadel. Yeah, I can. Dang it. The enemy caused the despawn. Then again. I can get the pins now by farming in the Citadel. Like, seriously. It's ridiculously easy to farm. So, ridiculously easy to farm them. Yay! Oh, and I have enough. Biowater. Down with the rich. Yay! I just had an internal conversation with myself about like just Robin Hood. How something that Robin Hood will get made fun of is that like it's like take from the rich, give to the poor. It's like you give to the poor. It's like all of a sudden, wait a second, they're now rich. Ah no. I don't know, a possible solution to that whole conundrum is like, hey.
Wishka.
Don't check to this place. Best fair waters once around the trap. What fantasy that now seen? Even the swamp's inhabitants fond of noxious. It's just like, presumably, it's some form of like socialism idea. that it's not making other people rich, giving them what they can survive.
Karkena.
Got purchased the last of my mapping stock for now. Day 11 journey, and when our pass the next crossing. But now I have to like, yep. No, that one can stay there. I don't have a map for Terminus yet. Oh yeah, you give me things. Okay, yeah. I was like, what was that stand for again? It gives me things. Okay, it's like, you have the clockwork stuff. I don't remember where the spider was. Spider was in the putrefied ducks. That's right. I think. I'm wrong, aren't I? Where was the spider? Yeah. I forget where the spider was. How about you go meet the fleas? I gotta finishing up bio water. What spider? The one who gave me the wish for, the brood feast. Huntress. The huntress. Wait. Something about that. That's no spider. I forget. Very, very not. Remember off the top of my head. Maybe putrefied. Oh, it's that one. Okay, yeah. Near the bench. Got it. Yeah. I'm forgetting about their exposed tendon. I did not mean that. Ah! Cracky hacky. Bracky. Bracky. New creature. Take it. Get back here! Yeah. Okay. The left and to the right. The right seems to be dead end. Let's go that way first.
Yeah.
Unless if this is the boss, in which case I would red go this way first. A little distressing that there was a body in a bag, but hey. That one didn't even give me anything. Ow. Ow.
Friend.
Ah, there's a bench up there. Nice. Well, this part isn't on the map, so let me see. Ow. That was a mistake of mine. Ow. It was one you got at the end as you missed it. That memory locket was one you got at the end. Missed the entire game. Ah. Huh? Oh. Hi. That's Boss Arena? Ah, frick. Wait a second. Ow. Ow. Frick. Ah. Okay, let's see what the map is. I went a long distance. Heck. I should have grabbed the map on the way. But not the map, the bench on the way, not the map. There wasn't a map. Yeah. Yeah, this is the correct direction. What are you thinking about? Ah, frick! Hackies! Heck. Ow! Stop spitting on me! Okay, so... Over here? Right. Heck, I missed it. Damn, that wasn't what I wanted, but it happened. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we'll worry. I'm perfectly normal now about it. Which has to be a lot in my case. Yeah, I'll go this way. Heck. I completely missed that one. Yeah. Okay, so what's over here? Advertisements. Nope, 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 nope.
Friend.
Okay, I got distracted from what should be my main goal, and my main goal should be get my stuff back first. Okay, supposedly up. Ow. What? What? That. I actually disagree on that one. I clearly harpooned. I actually do disagree on that one. I harpooned there. Yeah. Got it. Ow. Hang on. Let me take a look at this. Okay, I do. There we go, perfectly fine. Oh, wait, hang on, I can go this way. Wait, I should wait until I get the bench. Ow.
Friend.
Okay. Okay. Dang it! I just freaking I was looking for the trick. Okay. Okay, but where's the actual bench? Is there an actual bench? There isn't. Is there? Okay. Okay, so really doesn't want me to go further up there. Those benches are never free. Yeah, it's just... a lot of those fake benches are just like, yes, but if you have a certain trick to it, you can sit in them. It's just... Not that one, apparently. Heck. That's it. Hey. The only bench like that was in Hunter's March. There was bench in Hunter's March which killed you. There was the bench in Spooner's Road, which didn't work. So you, like, activated the mechanism correctly. And now there's that bench. Which just straight up collapsed. Like that one, that's big monster is not my favorite. I don't know. I guess I'm not a fan of. I gave the benches Spinner's March and in Hunter's March a pass because there was a way to make them work. At least it's not like the bench in the Spider City Rage game 1. Ha! To be fair, they gave you a bench really soon after that moment. Okay. So it wasn't that bad. I don't know. I'm not prepared to give this game a pass unless it's like has a way of making sure that I don't know. If I suffer unduly because I can't access a bench, I'm gonna be upset. That's all I'm gonna say. Wow, that's... I hope there's a bench I am out of free. Bench. Please. Shortcut. Bench. Something. Aim. What is this? It's bench. So I'll give it to them. The shells are ours, our souls are ours, our hate is forever. Okay. Wait, hang on. Congrats, there is a bench nearby. So I'm like, I'll give it to them. I'll give it to them. There, I freed what I could. Yeah. Know someone who missed this room that complained when it showed it to them? I mean, to be fair, it is hidden. Beneath, like... It is hidden. and you have to swim through maggot waters to access it. Like, that's not... That's not exactly in the way and easy to find. Plus, there's that entire, like, column where it's like, we're gonna hit you with all the spikes. But still, it's like, it lessened my particular, like, feeling about it. Because I trust the game to be like, yes. Higher air is all about being hostile. Yeah, but still, that's all there is in this game. Like, that's... I mean, I would argue that's more Sinner's Road thing than this area specifically. Like, just from a thematic point of view. I'm just happy I have the wreath. Because without the wreath, this would be absolutely difficult to go through. These are enjoyers of the spaghetti. Oh, it's a boss fight. Frick. How do you dive into the ground like that? Right. I don't like that. I don't like that in these things. It's gonna be multiple different enemies of this type in this area. You know it. They're not. It's not just gonna be these two. Burn. I freaking called it. Ow. Dang it. Back! Got it! Get back here! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh! This area was once like the clear room in the Future Projects. Can you guess whose fault it is? No? Tell me? Violet. My brain is... Right now, I'm just being... Switch for this on the right side. Okay, right side. Nope, it's just this thing in the middle. Go this way. He goes over here now. Is there anything in this room? Just a refill for shards. Got it. It's all the Weaver's fault. Ah, yeah. See, the way you said that, I wasn't sure if you're going to say, like, something like developer or whatever. Oh, dang it. That was the thing. Dang it. Okay. There we go. Got it. Wait, is that it? Wait, is that it? No, no, I saw it. I saw it a little shaky. I think that was nothing. That was it in this area. Okay. Yeah. Nab it! I really don't like those enemies. They're so annoying to chill with. But considering that they just jump into the water. It's like, what? Can't find there. Yeah. That would be something. Like, it was clearly one particular developer idea, or they sent one in, or whatever. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's it. Exactly. I didn't expect you to spawn right under me. That was remarkably rude of you. What? I canceled my binding, frick! Because I fell in the water. Same time. Alright. No, these. I don't like these. Okay, I think I have a strategy for these, though. Yeah. What? That... Okay. Okay. People really hate this area, and it's understandable. I mean... I think I'm almost done with this area. Please tell me I'm almost done with this area. I'm just like... Ah. These enemies are abysmal to deal with. Like, at least I have the reef to help me, but, like... The enemies are just... Yikes. I just don't like dealing with them. dang it, frick. Ah, you give me that look. The one of like, oh, you're not nearly done. Ah. It ain't gonna be. It's not gonna be. Yep. Okay, see if I can heal before I go in there. Hack! Hack!
Friend.
Heal! Hack! Use as it goes for now. That boss fight isn't necessary yet. No, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. People who watch me know that I'm obstinate. I know I can do this. I somehow can't heal it, so let's go. I almost caught you. Yeah. Got you. Ow! You guys went through my face. My face is not a kiddie pool. Ah, you're desync now. Ah, frick. Ow! Run. My face is... Aw, dang it. Alright. Ah! Oh god. I can heal. Okay. Okay, the bottom quarter. Okay. Heal. More of these. Okay. Right. Okay, up here. Cool. Okay. Heal. Dive down. Ah, frick. It's twice. Yeah! There we go. And there we aren't. Frick, there's a boss too. Hi! Stop! Stop the hackies! Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Frick! No, you don't. Stop it! Okay. I see that I have to try even harder. Yeah. What's good? know the way. Okay. You. Fracture. Gotta get rid of the fracture. Yes. Also, here's what I could check. Check the architect. Be like, what upgrading the architect. Like, yellow, yellow, blue, blue. Architect looks significant. How does the architect fight? Oh, what? Okay, that's kind of fun, but I'm not getting over it. East big fun. Wanderer is just like Hollow Knight. Let me just unlock more of the other thing. The Reaper! I prefer Hunt. Architect is a special thing you can do. Oh yeah, Architect can like repair your stuff while you're fighting. At the expense of health. Architect can ode past me. Oh dear. That's kind of funny. But I just prefer hunt. I prefer the hunt. Oh. It's been fun using other tools. But alas. Ow. I'll use my tools, like my tools of trade. Yay! Wait, I don't need to go all the way up here. Why do I keep hitting that? That's kind of funny. I don't tend to refill my plasmium though. It's a little out of the way to refill that. And so like I just I tend not to use it. Plasmium. Alright, let's do this. Ow. Let me hit you. Over here. Thank you. Right. Okay, over here. Jump up. I accidentally jumped on top of them. That's not what I want. Okay, time to heal. What do I need to wait for them to show up once more, just so I can have time to actually heal. No. Back stab you. Okay, now we have tap. Okay. Heal. Ow. Over here. You're kidding me. Ah, that's so annoying. Yeah, whatever. I was wondering why you weren't going over here. There we go. Before I die, let's get all the time. Now I have this. Okay, I need to get out of the maggot water because I am out of reach. Or very close to it. Dang it. I do prefer. I didn't get a chance to use the poison. I want to keep the Breath of Purity. The crest that has two. That's oh. That would be amazing if I had crest that had 3 blues. Because then I could have the fractured. Whatever. Poison isn't great in here. Yeah, I know, but it helps make, like... Poison makes the flea brew amazing. Poison makes the flea brew abs. When you dive into water, their poison disappears. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, the poison makes the flea brew have, like, lingering areas of effect damage. Which I think is pretty darn good. Okay. What the Volt vest like? Okay. Shard, baby? I can just go flint flint and try to burn them all. Bolt can go through forest. Yeah? Ah, that's kind of funny. Okay. So, like... Actually, that does bring up a question I have. In Sinner's Road, there's a small little, like... There's a small little portion that's just, like... there are dogs in cages, and I'm like, yeah, they just can't be hit, and I'm like, can you hit them? Because I'm like, if not, then I have a sneaking suspicion they aren't actually like entities in the game world. They are just like meant to be there and make noise. Those aren't even alive. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. They aren't entities in the game world. I was thinking they might be something like that, but still. There he is. But it is used in certain skins. Alright, let's do this. Number 1, enemy. Ow. Oh, still, thank you. Drifted over to my platform. Oh, I suppose it is your platform since you're probably just part of the group that made it. Okay. Ow! Dang it! I didn't get the heal off. Frick! Mainly, it is used to skip this boss I'm fighting. You know what? Okay. Do I defeat the boss early? Like, I can imagine it being something like the boss is always loaded into the core or something. There's a spot on the map with the breakable shortcut. You can use that tool to open it from the wrong side. Ah. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Okay. Whatever, I'm not gonna get the charge by Silk up doing that. Ow. Well, regardless, I'm gonna see if I can do this. Alright. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Alright. I want to get to the boss. No. Yeah. Thank you. And here we have the boss. Roll the great. High roll. I did do a lot of damage last go. I think I did a bunch of damage. Second phase. What? You're not the ghost. You're not the vessel. Come on. Ow! Frick! Ah. Well, I did better. Okay, here's something I'm gonna have a gripe with. Team Cherry. I like everything you put into this game. It is a good game. But, my gosh. Stop with what you're... everything you're doing with the bosses. Like, this game is... it's just... there are too many occasions in this game where it's like, ah yes, you try a boss, and then you fail, and then you're taking like 10 plus minutes to get back to the boss. It's just really, really crappy save point sort of stuff. Like, come on. Not even that, but having a gauntlet and then a boss, and you have to go through the gauntlet again to try the boss. It's like, there's a cheese with this boss. If you could tell me it, I would be great. I would greatly appreciate it. I am feeling that tinge of frustration. It's not just the gauntlet. It's the gauntlet into a boss that who also spams, and that's a boss issue and a checkpoint that shows up on the boss. Yes, exactly. Like this boss, I'm like, this boss, relatively speaking, isn't actually that hard. Like the moves it's showing, I'm like, yeah, I can learn this pretty fast. It's just, no, just. It's annoying as all get out. I'm proud of you that you can spam to hit and get hit with the same amount as. Wait, what? If you let him, then you spam hit to free yourself. You get hit for the same amount as you get to heal from there. Oh, I see. So, it still counts as damage, trying to break free after being hit. Yeah. Oh right, it's a trap. Hi. Just sure if you have the binder tool spell hurt. Okay. What the heck? Hi. Okay, so Bell Hurt binder. I have a couple of bindings. I have ejector band. Bind. When binding him, it's doesn't bad. There's a tool you don't have that has an interaction. Ah, okay. Tool I don't have. Eh. Eeh. I'm like, I'm finding my way to deal with as I come beforehand, and it's like body tool for Bell Heart extends your healing by 1 mask. Oh. Oh yeah, I remember seeing that. I just never had enough for it, so I just kept forgetting about it. Hi, Heck. Hi, Daily Spaghetti. I'm also clown. This is important, I think. Probably chat, is that important? Ah! Every single item in this game is I don't think that's quite true for this game in particular. Pulse kick would rot inside the sledgehammer. Heck. Rup. I can do this. Yeah, this is possible. Frick. I think call that one a damage boost. Whee. I have fought worse bosses than this. In this game. I have fought worse.
Friend.
That's not saying much because bosses get free there. Gauntlet, followed by boss, followed by the gauntlet, followed by two of the same boss. I'm still upset about that. This might not be my best attempt. I can still save him though. I got some zoomies. You don't remember having kids? I mean, it's a... Your life goes in unexpected directions, you know? Okay. Oh yeah, I should mention like Hi! Frick. Okay, that's... I just... Ow! Ow!
Friend!
Okay. I just...
Friend!
I guess I should mention it because, like, it's on my mind, and like, I guess it's important to say. I guess whoever to subscribe with fresh or whatever, if you want to. I just realized I should probably say that since like I'm like, hang on, I'm a streamer. That's something I should say. Also, chaos things like friends. Also, became friends. On it, it helps me, right?
Friend! Friend!
There we go. That's how you're supposed to do it. Ah, frick. Now! Ah, frick!
Friend!
Yeah. Frick. Yeah, this is going well. Okay. If I weren't so far away from any like semblance of being able to get this area, I might stop trying. I am beginning to feel frustrated with knowing there's a boss, and then being stuck dealing with like the enemies. problem the game has of just, you know, I don't want to keep dealing with the enemies over and over again when it's like there's a boss right there. But in order to get the boss, I have to keep dealing with the enemies. And every time I want to try the boss, I have to keep fighting the enemies. Like, it's annoying. Like they had to jump to boss during playtesting or something. I forgot to account for that would make it point. Possibly, yeah. Like, but what makes sense to me is that, like, they wouldn't even need to shift the benches or anything. It would just have to be something like, you know, once you re-enter the boss fight, you just start from the last place you were at. So you don't have to do the gauntlet again and again and again. You have to do the gauntlet once and you fight the boss. Yeah, it's still not worth it. Like, if I had a few upgrades, maybe, but no. Oh, they changed it. What did they change? Or I could get enough silk built from just hitting him. got a cheese chat. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan learning that's the case. Like, in the slightest. Because that just... Huh. Quite funny is you could just go inside, hit a bunch and he'll just kind of feel bad, yeah, but it's just... I don't know, I'm not... I am...
Friend.
I am clown. That's what I'm sure of. I don't know, knowing that might have powered my mood a bit. The boss of which the struggle to get to, and a lot of your time spent before trying to defend the boss is like spent on a gauntlet. And then they decide to make it harder, the boss part. That takes a long time to get to. Because of the gauntlet. That's just... I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's just... Like, if there was a decision to make during development, I'd be like, okay, you know, whatever. But it wasn't. That was an update. That's not difficulty. That's not making it harder. That's just... This entire thing is just like, oh yeah, you do the same thing over and over again, you get more attempts. Not that it's a time waster, and then you just being at the end harder rather than like getting rid of the time waster. Other balance patches that are more immersed and anything. Well, that's good to know at least. I'm okay with it being hard. I'm not happy with it, like, knowing that they approached it, they looked at it, and said the thing that needed to change was the cheese strat. Friend. Oh my gosh. Let me go back in the water. Ah, frick. time to heal. No, look here. Take it. Like that. I'm doing a little bit better fighting the thing, so that's good. That's good. It's just I don't. My mood is darkened a little bit. The way that they changed something about this particular boss fight. And it wasn't the main complaint I have about it. There's a spell patch that increases and decreases the damage of current spells. The downside, it also decreases the endgame spell damage by about 2%. Okay. Like, this is a good game. And it certainly does seem like a team project. But it's also just like, someone needed to sit down and tell them, hey, give the players a little bit of a break. You have a vision of difficulty for this, I get it, but at the same time, that's not what this is not difficulty. Playing the same gauntlet over and over again is not difficulty. They do it as a bit of a challenge for themselves, but okay, I can go as a type of endurance, but that's not difficulty. It was way more skill intensive. You've seen what speedrunners are doing? Yeah. It's just... This is an endurance test. Which I'm a little frustrated about because I wanted my boss again. You know, the actual boss. Not the boss gauntlet. Over and over again. I am feeling a little bit angry about this, and Angie Khan has opinions. Okay. Now we're gonna try the boss again. After all of that, I get another attempt at the boss. Oh yeah, CD spot anyway. One more time. And then I'm like, I am doing the break. I might play Sonic Frontiers. Like, I feel I'm close to beating the boss. It's just, you know, I walk to the boss room, avoiding all the enemies on the way to the boss room. Frick. Sometimes it takes a little bit extra long to get to the boss room. Gauntlet, enemy gauntlet, and then I get to try again. Focus on the non-intended side, you get a bench way closer. Oh my gosh. This is... That is not doing... Knowing that is not doing wonders for my mental. It's just like, okay. The unintended route is a lot more friendly to people. You also have to, like skip part of it. I don't know. What's the name for it? You have to, like, something. When you, like, do progression stuff out of order. Ow. I've heard, like, them say a bunch of the time that, hey, you know, it's about to get to be easier, you need to explore. Makes sense. Well, it's Metroidvania. If you want the game to be easier, break it. Also, thing you are here too fast is the thing to do that fast. Hey. That's not what I'm complaining about, honestly. Like very much that's not where my complaints are. My complaint isn't the difficulty, it's the constantly doing the same gauntlet over and over again when I'm trying to fight the boss. Not how hard the game is, it's just how it's Plus, I've like, I found most of the map, but most of the map has been covered by me. I'm gonna see if I can extract my cocoon though, and just be like, okay. If only I knew. If only I knew that there was a 200% more map. And an entire white palace-like thing, just like Hollow Knight. Of which this is Hollow Knight, so... What surprised me. Yeah. Not 200, but about 20% more map. Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Hang on. Boss. Alright, time for me to go. Unless they release the trailer areas to field. They might end up doing that. I just... I want to fight the boss. I want to try the boss. I can't. Like, let me give an example of, like, a certain genre There's a certain genre of game that does checkpoints, or at least does attempt for more, like, trying to beat a boss better. Rhythm games. Not all rhythm games, but a lot of rhythm games tend to have, like, a practice mode. Where you could just go in and practice certain parts of the song. I mean, that would help a lot if I could practice. God Home Silksong? Kind of. Maybe. Just, you know. Don't you dare! Just, you know. It would help if you had something to be able to just say, hey, here's the boss I haven't been able to get. Let me practice on the boss. Rather than having to go back to the entire area. Followed by the entire pre-boss gauntlet. Not that it should be enough on its own, but within the fiction, it makes no sense for Hornet to be able to practice stuff. Yeah, I know. But like, if they want to keep that idea from fiction, then what they should do is just have the boss start after the gauntlet. Once you finish the gauntlet, have it start after that. Access outside the fiction from like within the main menu, possibly. Like I just said, I think the best case scenario would be got it. You just if you die, you just start the boss from like after the gauntlet. That's it. That's all done. Start the boss after the gauntlet. That's all. I want to be out of tile. Let's go to this lab. There's one that makes you respawn just outside the room you died in. That is potentially better. That does solve a lot of the problems I have. But that's good. That's good. It actually does solve a bunch of problems. Not all the problems. One of the problems is just like still have to go through and like face the entire gauntlet. we're at a different first step. And also, like, if anybody were to say, nah, no, that wouldn't be challenging enough for the big challenge step. Patient, fourth of the fourth, guilty of sins of infirmity, penitent by swallowing, absolution granted after death. Penitent, 12th of the first, guilty of an unnamed sin, penitent by casting, absolution not granted. Penitent, 8th of the 12th, guilty of the sin of irreverence, penance by chaining, absolution granted after death. Penitent, 2nd of the 4th, guilty of the sin of discipline, penance by silencing, absolution granted after death. And that's it. Oh. Okay, yeah, I have all the other keys, so yay, money! Yeah. I bet people who have been watching me play Silksong are getting tired of me saying the same thing over and over again. Basically, like, if I am able to get through a part of a boss easily, I don't want to go through it again and again and again and again and again and attempt to start this hard game. Oh. Weaver effigy. Okay. So the Weavers were worshipped, and then, well, quite obviously, something else came in. Something that, like, used the silk. Just, you know, take over. Maybe like a different. Maybe a Weaver kind of god. Dang it. Dang it! You're not the friend! You're the thieves! You're the regular thieves! I always want them to be the friends, because it's okay. We work together, but no, they're the regulars. Ah, heck. Okay, that's the way it went. Oh. Why am I drifting? World. You were. Oh, hey. No bodies. Ah, there's something up there. that. Yeah, there we go. Where are you? Yep. Hello. Another memory locket. Let's go. Another shortcut. Haha! Back within the building. Yeah. Arr. Okay, let's see what the map looks like that. Not a lot of new pathetic. Just some. Then. One more, please. Hi. I have an idea. Jack, come on back. Dang it. I tried. Frick. Dang it. Oh, I see. I see, that's the intended way. Okay, let's wait for you to come back. Frick. This is gonna get really annoying really fast. There's a bench a little bit closer. Let me go grab that. Okay, that was a mistake I made. Okay, why am I drifting? Why the heck am I drifting? Ah! Oh, wait, hang on. Dang it, I missed it. Aha! Dang it! Dang it, Oh, that room's... That room's... Oh. I'm just gonna stretch. Frick. Dang it. Frick. I am messing up badly here. Okay, let's just put a few up there. Dang it. Of which I immediately messed up. Dang it. No!
Friend.
Hackies. Okay. What? I heard the clink sound. It registered. It registered a clink sound. Why you do this to me, Kay? No, it registered a clink. Frick. Heck. I fell all the way back down. Dang it! Ow! Frick. Four. Five. Okay, I shouldn't. Aha! There you go. Yeah! I got a mash shark! Yay! Wait. Was that all the key of the apostate did? Was that all for the key of the apostate? Yes. Yes, I do. I do want an answer. I missed something. Okay, go. Room on the almost bottom to the right. Got it. Although I will admit, controller just getting to me. This is my controller's drifting, and it's like, why? Why you drift like these? Almost bottom on the right. Got it. So I missed something in that particular room. No, hi. Down. Give me your money. Give me your lunch money. Yeah, I missed something. That was a little bit hard to get to. Good job, yay! Right. Oh, that's fascinating. Good luck. Oh no, it's a boss. Penitent. First of the first. Guilty is in a boss. Penance by construction. Abs. But. Hang on. There's gotta be a shortcut then, right? Okay, it wasn't the worst to get here, but. It wasn't the worst to get here. Okay. Hi. Oh. Hi. It's a weaver. Half spawn of distant land. Within the cage I have waited. Let my strength be bound to yours. Name the future where first I know. Wait. Wait. That's wrong. First sinner. Oh no! Wait a second. That's not right. need to attack it, but it's doing that. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that! Look at that! That's exactly what it was. Oh, how do you like it very much? It's fun. That's exactly. Oh my gosh. Team Cherry knows how to do it. What's the most lovely fights in the game? Oh, I can tell why. I actually get to fight it. Oh, frick. I'm stuck at the ceiling now. I can tell why this is what's the most lovely fights in the game. I actually get to fight it. I'm not spending most of the time fighting something else. It just hit me right at the entrance. No enemy gauntlet. No, like, absurd amount of distance travel. Just me and the boss. People installing mods just to be played. Okay. I actually get to fight this boss. It's not just me sitting here being like, hey, I have to try to fight this. Okay. I set myself back down. I want to pay attention to this. Okay. Now this feels like what every boss should have been like. Just way better Wii Fun time. I don't know, kind of makes me more upset knowing that Team Cherry had the ability to do it, and then they just did it for all the other bosses. I pretty much let you heal off. Dang it. I was trying to do that fast. But yeah, they knew the entire time how to do this, and they didn't. That sucks. This boss fight is so good. I will still say that, like, as someone who enjoys difficult games from time to time, difficult games are at their best when you let you make lots of attempts in a short amount of time. Like, that's what I was saying. And it's not like over! Even if I'm like failing as I'm talking about it, like this boss fight. Okay. watch where the common teleport spots are. Now the question is how do I exploit it? Now combine the dodging the weapons with knowing where the boss is going to be. Doesn't help me when I am standing on top of the boss when teleportation occurs. Okay. That's... It's good to attack where the boss is gonna appear, not be where the boss is gonna appear. Well, at least I can... Now I know how to judge what's possible. Yeah. Over here. Yep. Dang it, you did the claw attack. just want to be uncontained also. I get the feeling that when finding power, it's like we bound minds. Not those claws, but the other claws. Those claws, oh, you didn't teleport there. What? I should take that time to heal. I feel like my skill at this boss, the amount of time I've spent in this boss is lower, but my skill is. It's like... I'm gonna attack him. This way. Frick. Done. Okay, I should stop trying to run towards where like the boss is teleporting. But I'm like 1 health. Oh, you didn't go that way. I guess it is roughly based on coordinates. Guys, I run that way. No, this way. Okay, we both healed. Let me interrupt yours. Ow. Okay. Time to do it. Ah! was not a good plan. Yes. Oh, there it is. That I didn't react appropriately. Ow. I don't think I managed to interrupt that heal.
Friend.
Not the best. Ow. Ow. Save a little bit so I can heal. Ow. Okay. What? Okay, the hitboxes extend all the way to the wall. Okay. Calm down, stop dashing as much. most of them. Like, do a thing, and then I do a thing. I'm having fun with it. I have fully entered the realm of like, hey, I want to figure this out. Okay, maybe I should stop. Just turn off the brain. Go burr. My subconscious gets to play the game for me. We both healed. Okay. I tend to work best when jumping. So let's do it. Lots and lots of jumping. Let's go. fun as this fight at this point. Oh, I can bounce off the head! I am beginning to feel slow because I haven't eaten a lot today. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't eaten a lot today. I kept forgetting to not forget to eat. Eat is important. I mean, yes! But I keep like distracted from eating right face. Plus, I'm already pretty used to going through that's not good. I let you heal. Well, at least I get a heal off. Yeah, do that. There's every possibility that if I like go and I come back, I'm gonna be really good. This energy will be A little bit of extra healing. Oh, I gotta go grab num. I have a bag of snacks. Power of a bag of snacks. But I gotta eat. Bag of snacks. Trail mix. Hmm. For the healing, but I'm like maybe only hitting while the healing is happening. That's like yeah. Knocked you down. Walk right in. Frick. Oh. chill. I can't harpoon through the spears. Got it. At this point now, I'm just trying out different things. Also filling. That's what I'm doing a lot of. So I think the boss teleports based on where you are, and the enemy stays away from the air roll. And if you stay in the middle, it's just left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, over and over again. That's when it's I forgot to pull out the harpoon. Most of the attacks don't seem to hit there. Dang it. Except that one. Dang it. For a brief moment of time, I thought maybe I won. For a brief moment there, I was like, wait, who died? Wait. How much health? How much health was I at that time? How much damage was I dealt in one move? Okay. First phase is going down with this. That being said, the second phase is different. I am beginning to have a theory that, like, the Weavers are creative problems in this land. Like, I've gotten the sense that something supplanted the Weavers, but I'm just like, what if Weavers are the problem? What if they supplanted themselves? In, like, in this world. Ah, frick. I'm saying that because I'm like, hang on. Sinner, the first sinner of the Weaver. It has connotations I'm not fully aware of yet. Oh yeah, I can heal. Okay. I mean, he'll not immediately get hit. Hello. How are you doing this fine family reunion? A spot of murder, you wanna try? Okay, gotcha. Don't worry, this is how all the family reunions go with great grandmama. He just tries to kill you. Everyone's either dead or very, very good at staying alive. Go, going, good luck, have fun. Yay! Thanks for being here, Bedner. Fantastic having you. So I have just a little bit more health time. I might need a hotspot of murder before I'm allowed to mate. Oh yeah. That's the one. That was beautiful, right? heal. No! Boss has to heal. I want to keep going. I want to keep going until I finish this boss. I'm having fun with this boss, not the other boss. The other boss sucks. Me being like, I can beat another boss this particular stream. I threw out a poison bug, and now I have no more poison bugs. Yay! Granted, I am getting a fair bit better. destroy me. I gotta lock it and realize, yeah, no, I'm not getting better. It's doing better. There's obviously a difference. Ow. My hubris has come to destroy me. Ow. My hubris got over that. I don't have the angle. Not if I charge first. Take my harpoon! Frick! I wanted to be able to heal before we got to second phase. Because of that exact reason! Okay. Just check phone. Make sure I didn't miss any messages. Or I haven't loud. Yeah. Interesting how, like, the first thing you do after you escape is you bring yourself the white dress. Like, immediately it's like... It's very fascinating. Like, anything you could have done. Especially considering that you're, like, immediately gonna start fighting somebody. They go for a trap. Interesting. Ow. you're doing your healing.
Friend.
I didn't have my harpoon ready. I kept on needing the harpoon button. I'm like, why don't I have my harpoon? Because I didn't have the build for it. Now that's a pretty good place at the start. Full health, lots of kills, but not. Like, it would have been better to be having a skill to be able to kill immediately, but we have everything.
Friend.
Oh gosh, that nearly hit me. Ow. I did hit me. Oh gosh, about to die. Give me a second. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. The surprise hit. Oh no, I got hit by the surprise hit. No. Oh gosh. That was close. That was not close. That was a hit. Slowly. I am slowly improving. Yes. Harpoon. looky there. Yeah. Heal. Jump. Frick. And back on the last help. It's only the last help that matters, I guess. Dang it. That was another occasion when I was just like, I didn't, for a brief moment, couldn't tell who had died. For a brief moment, like, I didn't even quite long enough, like, it could be the other, it could be the boss who died. Best of Matthew there. This might be the first phase one I've lost in a while, actually. I like if I can pull it together. I pulled it together! Frick! That was Yay! Oh, wow. I didn't. I don't feel, but whatever. Right. I jumped up too high to heal. And I saw that needle coming straight at my face. And I was like, why? Why is it on my face? That's because it wanted to kill me dead. Something, I'm concentrating. animations there, it almost looks like they modeled food on these creatures. And I'm like, I don't. Dang it. Oh no! I overlapped model. That's the problem I keep on making. It's just like, I end up overlapping with boss hits. Like, it's not that the boss hits me. It's that I just bump into the boss. So it's like, dead. Granted, I was gonna die as soon as the boss actually just hit me, so that makes much of a difference. It's still just like, hard to see what you're doing there for a second. Ow. First time I've died in first phase in a while. That's either a sign that I'm getting worse and I should stop, or a sign that I'm about to win. I might be getting worse. That's the second time in a row. Yeah, okay. I'm clearly... I will say that is an absolutely beautiful dress, though. Like, for something that you made after just barely escaping from prison, basically. Like, not even 5 seconds after escaping from prison, you made that. Hey, it looks pretty damn good. The amount of time I'm surviving is going down. I'm getting worse. Perfect time to heal, I guess. I'm back to second phase. Yay! After a string of losses in first phase. Frick. Okay. Heal? Barely. Ow. Right. Within 5 tries? I feel like within 5 tries, I'll win it. Grandma, I'm coming for that dress. Red is never really my color. Grandma, I'm coming for that dress. that was the first try out of the 5. I'm the second person to fight you for that dress. I heard you killed the first person, but I will be more successful. Oh, I killed the first person who wanted the dress. Take it. Okay, the second person to try to get that dress stuck, they died in the first phase. And first phase grandma. All the good kids die in the third. Third phase again. That's the third kid to try and take the dress from grandma. All the good kids die in the third phase grandma. Before, you know, they die, but, you know, it's fine. Heck. All the good kids died in third base, Grandma. Gee, Grandma, how come great grandmas have a third base? And the third kid. Time for the fourth kid's turn. The fourth kid is angry. Because Grandma refuses to teach her how to sew. And now they must fight to the death about it. There's a peanut gallery of like just like family members are going like, man, the fourth kid let Grandma heal. That's ooh. The fourth kid really wanted to learn from Grandma and didn't want to injure her. And now it's time for the fifth kid. The fifth kid is like, wait a second. All my siblings are dead. I'm an only child now. No. And so like, the rest of the family is like, like, ah, frick. Grandma kills that kid, it's the final error of that particular line. That line has one last chance to thrive. And the parents are just like, we could have more. And everyone just looks at them in shock and horror. Little do they know. Grandma's known that sometimes her kids will be like this. Kind of secretly recording them as they come. Grandma will show the child later, and every future child later of that couple. Parents are finished, no matter what they do. Okay, so I didn't do it within 5, and now that entire family line is dead and disavowed, and now they're basically cut off from the family. Cousin Maurice is here to battle. Cousin Maurice is also the grandkid of Grandma. That's how families work. Cousin Maurice heard about how like one family got disavowed because of their actions and came here without her parents' knowledge to fight with Grandma. Her parents don't want to lose their kid, but Cousin Maurice is like, no. I must prove the honor for my family. But Grandma's bloodthirsty. Yeah. Cousin Maurice's mom is here. Tell it to Grandma. Mom, how can you do this to my kid? And the grandma laughs deeply. Just cut the game. But the game, my daughter. And so now they fight, mother and daughter. Mom and Grandma. mom knows she was like to die. And her child. The matriarch must go down. She will die trying. Mother wins. Never go against an angry parent. Grandma looks and reveals the most horrifying thing of all. All of the kids are still alive. Well, they're not. They're all dead. The mom wins, avenging her child, Maurice. Ah! Okay, I will say this though. Is it odd how I got invested in that miniature story? Ah, heck. I got invested in that. You making up a story and getting invested in completely unheard of. Not. Okay. Rah. What has happened? Oh. So that's how they're made. Oldest daughters. Oldest divine. Found the silk skill. Rune rage. We have runes of blazing silk upon enemy. Silk skills. Okay. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I like that. I like that a bunch. Ah, oh my god. I just look at all the sections on the map we have, and it's like, ah, dang. That's a lot of map. Oh, that's enough of it. Ah, that's a lot of map. Wait, why does it seem like there's more and they... Oh, that's because the other places need the spikes. Got it. Okay. Yay! Okay, well now I just have to find my way back to the bench, and then I can see the map. And then, I have a quest to finish. Yeah, I have a quest. I have a couple quests to finish, actually. I have the, I have the Huntress's meal. And I have the cogwork part. Okay. Hang on, I hear that. I hear that. Aha! Yay! Ow! Yay! Okay, I also need to check the fleece. Okay, so maybe I start off. They're in Greymore. Okay, we start off with the fleet. And once we finish up the fleet, we can go to the Cogwork Night, and then once we finish the Cogwork Night, we go the spider. Oh, we do the spider first, actually, because naturally the putrefied ducks. Yeah. Okay. Yay! Wait, that's a long way. I almost went the long way. It's okay. Yay! Hi. Yay! Hello, please. Oh, dang. There's so many floor fleas. Oh my gosh. Man, I don't want to refill. Yes. Yay! Look here, all these lively fleas flock to our caravan. Thanks to you and your hunting, our numbers go grand. Mayhap, time we could go to match even those caravans over fabled pass.
Nesvir,
See so many safe and welcome sight, master. Their playful cheer suggests you are a fine steward for the smelling. Such kind words, Miss Hornet. How lucky we are to have found a friend so far. But now we must away. These dwarves have been our host long enough. It is time to climb and hoist towards Dry Cave.
Mikri.
Good friend, please, would you join us on this next journey? Or with the flea caravan? Yes.
Kavak Katsa.
Wonderful, wonderful. The fleas will be overjoyed to share this next journey with our favorite companion. Let us away. Oh. Oh my god. Yeah. Wow.
Paravos.
Another journey complete, and a new high spot for our rest upon the doorstep of that mighty citadel, no less.
Million.
It is fortunate that all of your companions survived the trek, the master. The howling rise inside, and the tingled wood fort have both claimed the lives of countless bugs.
Barishkava.
Indeed, a perilous ascent. Maybe it was your company that brought us luck, Miss Hornet. Surely put us pleased at ease to have you and your weapon-riding clothes. Ah, before the road steals you away from us again, allow me to offer you a humble gift.
Yanaga.
One of the little ones
Moshke.
found a pale artifact while digging about in the sands, a shiny, cold sort of thing. I see no use in it for we fleas, though of course we are all too pleased, eager even, to bestow it upon a dear friend. Yeah! And look at that, I almost have... Oh my gosh, I have a lot.
Punta.
Fancy has joined our troop. All are welcome, but something about this one sets my fur to red. This carriage offers a steaming service, but the charge in rosaries is stiff, especially for us please to carry few.
Paravos.
For the companionship we provide and the safety of our numbers, surely some discount is deserved. Oh my gosh, this caravan is big.
Buenera.
Great greetings again, large flea. Amongst all of your troop, I had little doubt you survived to reach the caravan. Can you tell me now of the task that saw you so apart from the fellows, so first conform?
Pashma.
Grr, buck not flee. Mine is the track, my churling's melons sharp. Find our friend fleet, our young must to boast. Bring them together, grow them strong.
Husband?
Yes, that's the location of the lost fleas. Share them with me, and maybe I'll send them safe to the caravan. My learnings, not free for you. Bug, not flee. Rosaries, give those and I shall save what I have said. Work like mine, much long and hard. That I deserve some rich help. Oh my, wait, is this just like, I can just take a look and it'll show me like all the, oh my gosh, wait. It just, oh my gosh.
Shasha.
I have marked your back, Bug. See the learning of fleas lost across the land. You are as brave as told by fellow fleas. Seek them, save them for a caravan. Oh my gosh, it's just marked. All the flea locations are just marked. Well, not all of them, but like bunch. Well, that is very convenient. Very, very convenient. Oh, we are at Grand Gate. Oh, wait, hang on, I forgot Grand Gate. Then I must figure out the secret of, like, this little thing. There's a little thing here that I don't know what happens with. I don't know why I'm still drifting. Regardless. Let's see. Yeah, I can go back. Yeah, whatever. Hadouba! Next up should be the putrefied ducks. Right. No, not there. Dogs going here. Shark. Ah, frick.
Friend!
Yeah, I'm drifting. That's a pretty bad drift. Hello. Have them, spider. The spell is upon you. All those organs rich, prepared for feast. Gift organs? Yes. Food feast. Wish granted. Yay! You've done well, spider. Upon meat. Find meat, my children will gorge and grow.
Da, Fenestra.
Better the organs of others than they feed upon your own, yes? One should not be surprised for the spider to perceive the truth by request.
That's fine.
Child of one like you, many times I've seen similar. They will be born hungry, sharp-toothed and clawed. In the birth craze, your own meat would delight as much as another bug's. This feast is distraction. Hope to save your shell. Is that shameful? A mother who would not sacrifice herself for her children to grow strong? Is it wrong to want to witness their first fight, their first hunt, see them kill and grow?
Benny Frank.
Your choice is your own, tall mother. You won't be judged by me. I've seen enough sacrifice. I have no love for the act. Ah! Oh my gosh, that's actually adorable. This is the range of skill attacks. Actually, I might just equip that right now. I like that. That's kind of adorable. That's like, well, I mean, that is, strictly speaking, what a lot of parents end up dealing with. Not their kids eating them, but more like that feeling of, you know, not doing enough for the kids, not correctly, not doing right. Bye-bye. Okay, so I finished that off. Let me... I want to go to next. I finished that. Cogheart, right? So I want to go to the Grand Bellway, and then I can take the elevator to the High Hall. That should get me low. Yay! Okay, the High Hall. Then we can direct down from here. And then go to the clock, goes down again and then right. That puts us relatively close. Hello? Their cogwork heart? Yes. Please don't be violent.
Caballero.
Oh! Vulcan. Sentinel. Functional is its shell. Still devoted is its sentinel and awaiting your commandment.
Mi offende?
You speak gilded one? I have no command for you, but my curiosity. You call yourself a sentinel. What is it you are charged with protecting?
Kafama el rigore.
Defense of the sacred citadel. The voices that fill it is our sacred duty. Eternal duty. I assumed as much. Yet look around you. During your slumber, the citadel has fallen. Voices lay silent. This place is dead, or very nearly. Someone argued that standing guard over a kingdom's corpse is a foolish task, empty of meaning. I wonder then, will you still hold true to your charge?
Malegara.
Eternal, the citadel. Eternal is the devotion of the sentinels. While its shell is functional, the sentinel will hold true to its duty. Well, that's fascinating. I just released an NPC into the world. Let's go. Okay, so that's an NPC released into the world. Okay. Let's see. Oh. There's a. I could grab a. I could do some flea grabbing. Go to Barfield. Oh. Yep, I just ran right into it. There. I just go up to the pearl first. Wait, not there. Ratata! Not there. Wah!
Friend.
Man. I mostly missed him. Frank. Yeah. That's not the direction I want. Hey, that's getting pretty bad. frick.
Friend!
That, yeah, Fuck. I am, I'm frick. I'm not frick. Yeah, it's like I go, if I go left, keeps going for a little bit. Yep, just like that. That's, that's generally not good. Kind of. Hi, Ryan. How you doing? Like, I'm just like, I can grab this. I did a lot today. I did a lot. I beat a couple bosses. I ran away from a boss because I was like, this. I did a bunch of quests. I'm back to only having the main quests left. I've done all the quests I got. I think this might be a good time, like, straight out. Anyways, this was a ton of fun. Let me just do this because I'm supposed to be a streamer. Hey, look, I have a throne. Frick. Hey, look, I have it. You can help me pay for the. Hacky. Um. And who's hers? Take awesome. Who's from the all just lifetime. Keep observing something silly can happen. Like tomorrow on the wacky channel, where it's like I'll be showing you more of Deltarune, and it's like, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Delta the rune, Delta the rune, Delta the rune. I feel like rating. Remember, I feel like rating. Heck. But has it? Yeah, it's been a hot second. I feel like I could raid someone big and just kind of get away with it right now. It's been a while, so I'm gonna raid player. So, yeah, go on, so much more things. Watch for the raid of us. Yeah. Don't. Rapata. There we go. There's a raid message, but we're emotes you want to be in and event. And I'll see you tomorrow at Rockley stream. Haha! Or at my stream on Friday. Hey. Have a good night. Thank you so much for watching.